I'm not getting audio from him.
Oh, we saw a little bubble there, but it looks like these guys are off. As this race gets underway, it looks like out front we actually have Jeff Rydolph with Toxic Moto in the number 2 position. I believe that's the 262. And third, I think that's the 149 of Christopher Lewis. We can see the 111 of Jacob Leach trying to make his way around the 149 of Christopher Lewis for that third place position. Looks like Chris Anderson is making his way around. You see our leader out there, Jeff Rydolph, on the start bar. That is actually an electric bike. Kenny, what do you think about these electric bikes?
I think they're pretty cool. They have a whole lot of torque, and they're a lot easier to ride, it seems like, than a gas bike in a lot of situations.
Yeah, it really looks like Jeff's able to just be smooth out there, kind of roll the power on as he needs it. That bike, like you said, does look really smooth as we see them making their way around here to the final turn. But it looks like the 262 is not going to let him have it easy. You see the 111 Jacob Leach made his way around the 149 there. As we see him go around the back section, it looks like the 262 is really closing in on the 191.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be a good race here.
If I'm not mistaken, Kenny, I believe the 262 Gage Honor, I think he comes out of Colorado. I believe I heard that he's one of their local motocross racers. I think Sean Butterman and kind of that New Mexico squad pressured him into coming out and racing the North American Supermoto Shootout this year. I'm sorry, I was mistaken there. It looks like he is out of Las Vegas, Nevada. See the 111 Jacob Leach. It looks like he is closing in a little bit on your lead group, the 191 and the 262 out front.
The battle continues here in the corkscrew. Jeff still has the lead.
We can see them making their way here around the final turn onto the front straight. It looks like the 262 is still right there, just trying to chip away at that small lead that the 191 has. Here we see the 111 making his way by in third position.
Hey, keeps applying pressure, just hoping for a mistake here.
Yeah, and I'm sure being in Jeff's position on that start, that bike doesn't really make any noise, so he can really hear that bike behind him, and kind of every time that guy gets on the throttle, then that's right in Jeff's ear, just hearing that KTM bark.
Yeah, here's him on the right, just moves over to the right a little bit. Here's him on the left, moves over to the left, just blocks the line, takes away from him.
I've done a little bit of motocross racing on an electric bike myself, and it really does seem like the person behind you is quite literally on top of you anytime you hear that gas bike. It really just, you can tell that the pressure's there anytime someone behind you. And you know that these KTMs, they make noise. So, as we see the riders making their way down the front straight into the first turn, just checking in with the 149 and the 252.
This mic is picking something up. I need to go to the audio mixer. Turn it off. Go to the audio mixer.
Can we take this off auto?
Yeah. Which camera is this? So this is the announcer. It's coming in.
Audio check. Audio check. Check. Check.
It's picking up through this. That's going to hear. That's going to hear. That. Two.
audio issues, making sure that we can get a proper broadcast out.
Audio issues. Check. Check.
I don't think it's coming. I think it's going through my computer somehow with this announcer channel.
Can you
I mean, to delete the whole.
Yeah.
Delete it. Okay.
Hey, why do you need your fan, please?
No, it's gone. It's already been gone. Try them get.
Got the whole stuff. Yeah. Oh, walking around the outside. Oh, God. Let's check the road audio.
Audio check. 2024 North American Supermoto Shootout. Working through some audio technical difficulties. And here we are. I'm going to hand this over. Are we live, boys?
All right, sorry about that, guys. We are Pro Lights just took off. We had some technical difficulties here with the program. I've got Sean Butterman up here with me, helping out with the broadcast, and we got Traven Wiley out front and Charlie Buffum right in tow. Sean, what do you think, man?
Thanks for having me up here, Kenny. Yeah, Traven is usually your guys' announcer, but I'm up here taking his place this time because he's racing this race. He actually got the whole shot over Buffum. I think in the heat race, Buffy cut over on him yesterday, and I don't think that really sat well with Traven. He wanted to make sure he was going to get a start today. So both Traven and Buffy are guys you don't really want to get fired up, and they're fired up right now. So we're going to have a battle on our hands. And I think Samp, he can have some for him if he sticks with him, Kenny.
Yeah, and this is a hometown track for Traven. He's got probably 1 million laps around this, and Charlie is the defending champ from last year, so this is going to be a great race.
Oh, for sure. I hopped in on the practice with Traven and was like, let me see some of them local lines, boy. I was on the 450, he's on the 250, so we weren't kind of scared to show each other's lines, and I think we both found some pace, so I don't know if I might have hurt my boy Buffum and Zimpy letting Traven follow me around, but it definitely helped me for the next race.
Yeah, that's great, man. That's what practice is for.
Yeah, and then we got Clayton Moyer and Rick Ingstrom behind these top three guys. And Clayton, this is his rookie premiere in the pro class. And Rick's like a OG guy. He runs Cascadia Supermoto. He's been a pro for a bunch of years. And so we got all these little battles around the track too.
And again, for you guys watching, Traven is on the red bike, the gas and the blue jersey, and Charlie Buffum is behind him on the black bike with
You can see him with the
yellow.
neon. Yep.
These guys are-
Ryan Samps on a 24 YZ250F that's actually his brother's. He's usually running a 324 number. Right now, he's rocking his brother's number because his bike is not very good shape right now.
Yeah, it did look like yesterday he was struggling with the bike setup a little bit, but that's going to be expected. A borrowed bike, but he's doing good.
Yeah, no slipper clutch, no suspension, just out there working it. Man, the way Buffy enters the dirt section is just so fun to watch. I can't believe he's able to just drift the bike like that. Oh boy, we got a pass for the lead.
Side by side coming into the turn 3 in the dirt.
Oh, Traven went off the track because of it a little bit. Cost him a little bit of time there. Woo. Yeah, Buffy's not scared to throw it in there.
Yeah, Buffy's got a really unique style, and it is a lot of fun to watch him in the dirt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's so aggressive on a bike, you'd almost wouldn't think it would work in the dirt for Supermoto, but he's got such good brake control off somehow. I feel like if I do that, I end up on my head, dude.
Yeah, he really muscles the bike around a lot. Now that Charlie got around, we'll see if he can open it up and get away from Traven.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I do think Charlie has pace in the dirt, but Traven, with all his local knowledge, I think maybe he'll be able to rally some of that back on the asphalt and stuff, but we'll see. I don't know how much he's been riding. I know he's coming back from a collarbone injury, so I'm not sure how fit Traven is right now. Buffy, you can almost never doubt his fitness. He'll run both classes all day long, be torn up, can't walk at the end of the day, but he's going to make sure he completes every moto.
Yeah, he does it with a smile on his face.
Look at that handoff. What is that doing? Flat track? Come on.
Here's Sampy coming in third. No man's land here. That's always a tough position to be in.
For sure. Yeah, I kind of told him to remember this is the first moto of 2 motos, so if it's not going well for him, then he needs to kind of save his energy, make sure he can come back prepared and ready to fight for the moto that really counts toward the overall.
Yeah, absolutely. The starts are really important. So it's good not to wear yourself out too much here in Moto 1.
For sure.
If you're going to be stuck in third, I'll just take it, save energy for the next round.
Yeah. And I mean, they're spreading out a little bit, but man, I'm interested to see what lap times are.
And they are back on the asphalt now. How's that first left-hand turn coming back onto the dirt, Butters?
Oh, that thing is slick. It's really fun, but you got just a tiny quick second to let the bike settle, and then you can turn in, but it's a bit of a drift. I'm trying to get that nice tight exit where you don't drift over that next pavement seam, That's kind of key to getting that next entry and stuff. And
yeah, what Butters was just mentioning was there's different colors of tarmac out here, and they each have their own level of grip, if you will.
This is a very tricky circuit and stuff. There's spots where there's bumps that you can barely see, but you can feel them. So it's like just little things where it's like you need to be 8 inches out here, or you need to apex a little differently in certain spots to make sure that you hit that smooth line, you can get the power to the ground, you can keep your momentum going. So we got Charlie doing 135s and Traven in the 136 in this last lap. So he pulled out just a little bit on him, but not quite a half a second, which is pretty good. Yesterday, the track was shaping up to where once it dried out, we were kind of 136s. So right now, he's pushing a real good pace as it's starting to dry out. He's definitely laying it down. Kenny, you've had a lot of time racing Traven over the years. What are some of his strengths on this circuit, you think?
Oh, man, Traven's like a machine, honestly, especially here. This is his hometown track. Him and the People's Champ, Monty Frank, used to return laps here every week. And, they'd go through a set of tires in no time out here. And he's really good out here. He has been off the bike for a little while, so he's probably a little rusty. But by the end of the day today, he's ought to have all the hotlines dialed back in. And that's a brand new bike he's on. He just put that bike together about a week ago, too. So he's still getting used to that.
Yep. You know, I mean, in practice, I hopped in with him on my 450. He was on that 250, and I couldn't really break him. So he was definitely moving. Simp and Sam pretty much quietly third. Rick's still kind of hanging in there, though. It's the most laps I've seen Rick do all weekend. I heard Clayton was he got into it with Rick a little bit yesterday in the heat race, Kenny.
That was a good race to watch. It lasted the whole time pretty much. Those guys must have been exhausted by the time they made it back.
Yeah, at one point Rick made contact with him, and Clayton felt like he heard Rick yell, "I'm going to take you out." And I'm not sure Rick's that type of guy, but they did make contact at one point.
Most of these guys are different guys behind the helmet.
Oh yeah, no, being a racer is a weird
Nice
gift.
off the track and just animals on the bike. I mean, Charlie's just putting a clinic on right now. This is nice.
Yeah.
Travis not far behind, so if Charlie makes a bobble or something, it'd be right back in the fight.
And I feel like Buffy's kind of adopting a more, I don't know, I want to almost call it European style, where he's starting to focus a lot more on his body being more forward on the bike and kind of keeping a central movement on the pavement.
Yeah,
you still see his old style peak out, but
feet on the pegs. You know, it's strange. He doesn't have a whole lot of flat track experience, but he rides a lot like a flat tracker in the dirt. Elbows low.
Well, he runs his Renthals rolled back like he's Carmichael or something. I don't know if you guys remember Carmichael back in the day on those Hondas. He had the bars folded down on his lap. I don't know how he rides like that, but he goes good.
He's got it figured out for sure.
Oh man, they're shortly here. They're gonna be coming up to lap Steve Ingram. So that was last year's SMEC 250 champ.
Yeah, and Steve does a lot of the dirt work. He helps a whole lot off the track too, so he's likely pretty tired. We've been working him pretty hard this weekend.
Oh yeah, no, he killed it with the dirt this weekend for sure.
There's Traven in the scene right there in the camera. No, that's Charlie in the camera. He's got about 2 turns on Traven right now at the moment.
Yep. I wonder if old Traven's kind of keeping himself good for the second moto now at this point.
I mean, that would be smart. I mean, if he just can't quite catch Charlie, there's no reason to kill yourself trying to do it.
Yeah.
Go ahead and just get that second place and then hope for better in the next round.
For sure. I think Rick seems to have dropped back. Simpy pulled out double the gap he had on him this last lap. If Rick can hold it together, we're just past halfway now, and we might have Clayton Moyer up on him by the time we get to the end of this moto now. On that RMZ 250, you know, most people don't agree with me. That's number 1 250 right there. RMZ 250, number 1 bike, number 1. Kenny, did you ever meet Supermoto Granny?
Did I meet who?
Supermoto Granny.
Yeah, I actually have never met Supermoto Granny.
Just Facebook friends.
Facebook friends.
So we got Jacob Randall out there. He's on Supermoto Granny's bike. She got injured.
Again, she missed last year too, and we've seen several of her bikes down here last year that she sponsored.
Perfect. So the last lap, we have Charlie at a 135.9 and Traven 6.5. And their best laps, Charlie did a 134.4, which is ripping. And Traven's best is a 136 flat. and stuff. So Charlie's definitely got a little bit of pace on these boys.
Making you a little worried for the 450 class?
I'm definitely worried about Buffalo for sure. Because, I mean, everyone that knows me knows I'm not the best starter. So Charlie's a real good starter. It's going to be hard to get in front of him on this track. So my only hope is I can learn some stuff off him come the Open Pro class and see if I can maybe figure out a spot to make a move, and then hopefully we can drag it out to have a good battle on our hands.
Yeah, it's always great for us to watch. It's stressful in the moment, though, when you're on the bike.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But Traven's a good example here. We got him running second. He's running super strong. He hasn't been on a Supermoto bike in probably 4 or 5 years until I think he did a track day to kind of get ready for this thing. It just goes to show that Supermoto is it's that sport that you can be from any facet of motorcycling. Like Traven rides a good amount of motocross when he's not injuring himself. I think he actually did on a mountain bike this last one, huh? I think he did, but
Yeah.
It just goes to show, like, I always tell people you don't need to practice Supermoto. My buddy Johnny, he doesn't agree with me on that, but maybe it would help. There's little fine-tuned things that definitely help to practice Supermoto, but I think people are just too afraid to come out here and have a good time sometimes.
We got 3 laps to go here, and you're watching Charlie Buffum about to hit the dirt section now. He's just got such good style coming into the dirt. He's the only guy drifting into that turn, drifting off the asphalt into the dirt like that, and it looks super sketchy, but that dude's been nailing it every lap the entire
I'll
weekend.
vote that it is super sketchy. There's that bump, how it forms kind of exiting the asphalt. I'm trying to square up and get over it clean. Charlie goes right over it, slaps bike sideways. I don't know how he's holding on to her.
Yeah. You see some of these guys will try to make the turn before you get into the dirt where you have more traction and try to come straight in on the dirt. And Charlie, if you watch him, he will just drift straight off the asphalt into the dirt. And here comes Charlie back on the asphalt now.
Nice, beautiful, mild little drift.
Here's Traven. Wiley coming back on the asphalt. That left-hander right there can be so slick.
Oh, yeah. And that one can catch you off guard pretty easy. There we got the Suzuki Stronghold Claymore going in the dirt. I feel like Rick's picked it back up. He doesn't want Clayton catching him. And I'm just noticing a lot of front end chatter out of Simpy's bike when I look out the window, check out him.
Beautiful slide into turn 1. Now watch this whenever he pitches it back into the dirt. Well, that wasn't as good display as earlier, but either way.
Dude, the turn 1 here is so fun. It's like the perfect slide corner.
That's great. Yeah, these guys are reaching on these 250s about 75, close to 80 miles an hour sometimes come down this main straight before they shift down about 4 gears into turn 1. It's pretty impressive to watch.
Kenny, what would you say is like the sketchiest part of this asphalt track?
I'd say that left-hander coming back on the asphalt is always sketch, and then the right-hander directly after, you're still trying to scrub some of that dirt off.
It has that bump on the inside.
Yeah, and then just after this whole corkscrew, where they first come into the corkscrew here, and the right-hander,
I call that the never-ending right.
It's hard not to get chatter right where you see Traven. You'll see Traven in just a second come around here, and the hardest part for myself is the left-hander kink that Charlie just come out of. I always have the hardest time in there. But it's a slower part of the track, so it's not super sketchy. It's just more difficult.
Traven just told Stevie to hop on, tow him around for a lap. White flag coming out this lap around. Dude, I love the feeling of floating into turn one.
That's great.
I can get those good no slide or a slide with no rear brake, just transmission. Beautiful. Feels so good.
And they're on the last lap now. Looks like Charlie's going to wrap this one up.
And pretty safe. Traven kept him honest that first lap, or those first few laps before Charlie was able to get around him. And he used that inside in that first dirt corner, which I think when I was out there in practice this morning lining up, I think if you hit the outside berm and you hit it good, it can be faster. But the problem is if you're racing close, it opens the door.
Yep, leave the door open. And Charlie's been hitting that inside line. He's got it mastered.
Oh, he's got it
looks
good.
like compared to anybody else. He's hitting it the fastest.
My only worry about that is as the dirt section dries out, it leaves the opportunity to slide out and like lose your front end on it and stuff. And that, I think, where I'm hesitant on it. Where it's definitely one of those things where you can keep it in your back pocket for a move, but it's not something I necessarily want to risk every lap, I feel like.
100%. Charlie's coming around on the last couple turns here. We might see a little victory wheelie coming around.
Oh, yeah. Buff can throw it up for us. We won't see no wheelies out of Simpy now.
Yeah, there's a wheelie right there. Good job, Charlie.
Good old stand up.
We got Traven coming around in second place.
Also doing a nice wheelie.
Also doing a nice wheelie. And then Ryan Samp.
Yeah, let's see if Simpy will give us a wheelie. No dice. No dice.
Well, thanks for coming up here, Sean. Good luck today.
All right, thanks, Kenny. I'll be back up here for the second moto of the lights class.
We're going to take a little break until the next round comes up.
Bye. Yeah, he was glad to. It's just the name on its t-shirt. And the guys are good too. It's just the name. Feels to be out there riding when you're over 30?
Not over 50.
We only have a couple of them.
Awesome.
Mic check, mic check.
All right, we're back. I'm here with Kenny. This is Johnny up here in the booth. We have is this Vet 30
Yes,
right now?
Vet 30 just took off.
Let's see if
It looks like it's JC.
JC Bernier with the whole shot.
Yep, on the Stark Varg.
Those Starks pull.
Oh, he's got a good gap right here in the dirt.
following him looks to be is that Stevie? No, that's not Stevie.
That might be Chris Tucker.
Chris Tucker.
And they're back on the asphalt here. Still have JC out in the lead, followed by, I believe that is Chris Tucker in tow.
That's Stark Varg. These guys, he's not having to shift. He has no transmission whatsoever. So the engine braking's a little bit different, so you won't see him sliding as much. He's got a right-hand brake, actually. Or
left-hand
brake.
rear brake.
Where your clutch would be, typically.
Yeah, and it doesn't that drag that the motor has, so the rear tire doesn't want to slip around and slide.
You can turn up the regenerative braking on the Stark Vargs, but it does not compare to clicking down 3 downshifts, you know?
Yeah. Oh, we had a crash here in the dirt section.
Looks like Dylan Beck is down on the ground. That's usually what he does early in the moto. Then he gets a lot faster after he falls down. I've seen him race our local flat track a few times. I think he's won a few championships out at Sandia Speedway in New Mexico. I think he was champ a few times. So this is his first time riding Supermoto. His brother, Jesse Beck, signed up for the Vet 35, came out for practice, and his foot just swole up. I guess he was coming off of an injury. He's a local boy in New Mexico. I've ridden with him a few times. One of Butter's friends here.
Yeah, and these are all old guys. These are all working class men here. They're over 30. They're not
over 35.
Over 35. They're not quite washed up, but they got a lot of talent in them. They just don't quite have the energy as these younger guys anymore.
That's what it seems to be. You know, we get faster and slower at the same time. We get smarter on the bike, make less mistakes, but our consequences are a lot higher when you go down. So
yeah, risk versus reward. Here comes JC on the front straight here. I'm real curious to see just how fast he gets that motorcycle up before he has to shut her down into turn one. Yeah, we got a guest here up in the tower, Monty Frank, the people's champ.
Come here, Monty Frank. Let's have a chat with you.
He's X Games qualifier. He's been all over the world racing. He was on Team USA one year. Yeah, here. Hey, Monty, how's it going?
It's good. It's good. Out here watching the races, watching everybody have fun.
So this is your hometown track. What are your thoughts of today and how the track conditions are?
It's good. The weather's a lot cooler today. It's a lot better. It's better for all the racers, better for the dirt. The track looks good. Looks like everybody's having a good time.
Yeah, yesterday was kind of a scorcher. It was nearly 100 degrees out here, and it was kind of hurting these guys. Some of these guys aren't quite used to the
when you get fat and old in the plus 35 class, it kind of gets you in the heat. Like a fat pig.
Yeah, we've got guys from all over the North America. There's guys all the way from Quebec, Canada down here this week, and I'm sure the heat wasn't easy on them.
Well, that's all right. We've got these couple Oklahoma guys in second and a Kansas guy in third.
Yeah, and in second place there, is that Chris Tucker?
Yeah.
That's a friend of yours, right?
Yeah, Chris Tucker. He's a real fast cross-country guy. He's been a supermoto. He's raced cars. He's kind of done a little of everything. He did the AMA stuff back in like 2007 with me for a few years. So, yeah, he's fast. It's just he probably hasn't rode a supermoto bike in, God, I bet 10 years.
Well, he hasn't forgotten much. He's running it strong in second place. And you say races cross country a lot. That's what's neat about Supermoto is that you'll find guys who do flat track, motocross, cross country. I mean, some of these guys race ice bikes in the wintertime. I mean, it's all sorts of disciplines come and race Supermoto.
Yeah, for sure, because it seems like every sport transitions into helping in Supermoto, whether you're a road racer or a motocrosser, it means you're faster in the dirt, So there's a lot of things that kind of equals out. Oh, and first place just went down.
Oh, no. Yep.
Oh, we should have a battle now.
We'll have it on camera here soon for you guys, hopefully. He's back up and going. So do we have a lead change?
It's Chris Tucker's out front.
All right, Chris Tucker's in the lead now. Heck yeah, Kansas, local guy. He only lives about 3 hours from here. Some of these guys had to travel 30-plus hours to make it here.
Yeah, we're lucky being here in the central United States. So it's not as far as travel for all of us.
So JC Bernier, he's back in third place now. And we'll see if he can make any positions up with that Stark Varg, all that power he's got. Crashing always wears you out, though, even if it's just a little bobble like he just had.
There you go, Barney to the front, just past Chris Tucker.
Oh, this is an excellent race. Ooh. A nice little slide in here.
Ryan knows this track well, too, though. This will be his home track. Yeah, the dirt's good. It's like they've added a few jumps this year and has a lot more technical to it.
Yeah, and that's great because last year we weren't able to run the dirt. We had some very bad weather last year, and we weren't even able to run the dirt section. It was so bad. And this year's a whole lot better. Everyone's been having good things to say about the dirt all weekend.
Yeah, it looks like I might have to come out of retirement for this next year. We'll see.
That would be fantastic, Monty.
So anybody out there watching this is looking to sponsor an old Supermoto racer, I'm here.
So the fastest lap we've got is a 1:38.59 by Ryan Davis, the farmer out of Kansas. And he looked good all day yesterday too. He was a lot of fun to watch. He's just to the point. I mean, there's nothing fancy, nothing crazy. He doesn't get out of control much. He just hits his marks every lap.
And when you're 135 pounds wet, it kind of helps. He's got equal power to the electric bike.
Yeah, JC Veneer's making a charge here, it looks like. And we are at the halfway point coming around this next time they come across the finish line here.
And we'll go back. We'll do some changes on Chris Tucker's bike because I see some things that are not ideal in the way it's handling. We'll help him out and see if we can't get him up there racing for the lead.
Yeah, bike setup can be challenging here because it's a take and give from the asphalt to the dirt. And a lot of times you make changes for the asphalt to improve asphalt times, then it sacrifices your dirt and vice versa. It's all part of the fun is racing Supermoto.
That's right. You whichever you feel more comfortable, whether it's in the dirt or whether it's asphalt, you set your bike up for that.
Yeah, it's fun because some of these guys will just hit burners on the asphalt. And it's just unbelievable how fast they are. And then and you have other guys that'll just blast the dirt and then maybe take a bit of a rest on the asphalt, so that way they have the energy and the to make the dirt sections, the time up in the dirt sections.
Yeah, back in my time, I always just set my bike for the dirt because I felt like that was where I was the fastest and the most comfortable. So I would set it up to be fast there, 90% dirt, and maybe it would be like a 70% on the asphalt.
Yeah, you'll see that on the asphalt. You'll see some of the bikes that looks like their bikes are a little spongy and on the track, like a little soft in the suspension, and that typically helps with your dirt, the traction in the dirt. But you're sacrificing a little bit on the asphalt to do that. And then vice versa. Sometimes these guys have got real nice stiff suspension, and then they'll be slipping and sliding and not having much traction at all in the dirt.
Yeah, it looks like these guys are kind of settling into a pace because everybody's got about the same gap on each other right now. The electric bike, he just needs to turn it up to 80.
Yeah.
Catch him on the straightaway.
JC will be the silent assassin.
That's right.
Yeah, that is something interesting about the electric bikes. Whenever you have an electric bike behind you can't hear where he's at. If you listen really hard, you can hear a little bit of chain slap, and that's all. And typically, you can hear somebody banging off the rev limiter, making all sorts of racket behind you, and you know where he's at, and you kind of expect if he's going to be on your right or left. And it's a little challenging when you have an electric bike behind you.
I guess the only thing I would have a problem maybe with electric, because if I was behind him, I would be screaming at him the entire race because I would know he's got no engine noise, so he can hear everything I'm saying.
Yeah, that is an interesting take.
I'd be freaking him out.
That's something that you don't see as a spectator or hear as a spectator, but as a racer, a lot of these guys will holler and yell at you to try to distract you. And it's pretty commonplace on the track, but you never hear it off the track because you can't hear it over the engines.
Yeah, Chris Tucker's he's trying to make a comeback.
Okay.
Ryan Davis might be starting to fade a little bit. Those 2 cheeseburgers he ate for lunch probably setting in now. I don't know. I bet Chris is 53 probably.
Man.
So still going good.
And we're coming around on our white flag lap right now. So this is the last lap of the race. And it is Ryan Davis in the lead, or Chris Tucker in second, and JC Veneer in third place in the start bar. So if everything goes, if there's no drama at this lap, that'll be the podium positions for this particular race. We still have one more moto left later today after lunch break. And hopefully we don't get rained on. It's been threatening rain all morning on us. There's actually lightning out in the distance a ways. And
It is, but sometimes, for some reason, this track in Norman, the rain always comes, and somehow it just splits and goes around it. It happens like this all the time.
hopefully that's how we get this year. Last year we had freezing rain in Moto 2, and it was unreal. But these guys, they showed up, they raced. Everyone has to race the same conditions, and everyone was pretty good spirits about it. But this year is so much better than last year as far as the weather.
Let's see if we'll get a big wheelie across the finish for Ryan Davis. He remembers how to do one still.
Yeah, and the racers are coming in. The leaders are coming into the corkscrew right now in the in the infield of the track.
Yeah, where this part of the track is, it's weird because you got to shift up like 3 times right when you come out of the corner, so you can run that same gear all the way around.
Yeah, and that's, to that point, that's what's good about the electric bike. They don't have to worry about shifting through all these turns, downshifting, upshifting. And every time you do that, it has a chance of unsettling the bike just a little bit. And if you don't have to worry about that, you can hold your lines a lot better. There's some good potential out of these electric bikes in the future.
Yeah, that's a great race out of those guys. Good job.
Yeah. Well, Monty, thanks for coming up and hanging out with us for a little bit here. I think we're going to be switching over to the post-race interview in just a second.
Sounds good.
And then we'll
Good
be
to see
taking
you
a
guys.
short break until next up will be the ladies and kids. So we'll see you soon.
Ryan Davis. How was it?
Oh, it was great. Yeah, gave a little gift back there in the dirt section, though.
Yeah.
Put my head down, did it.
Right on. How you feeling?
Tired. Very tired.
Stretch for Moto 2?
I think so.
Right.
Keep that rain away.
Right on, yeah. Chris Tucker, how you feeling?
I'm great.
Yep.
Ready for round 2.
Right on. Yeah. Any problems out there on the track that you saw, or
No.
things you're going to work on for race number 2?
Everything's set. Ready to go.
Right on.
Thank you.
Nice. Unclicked.
Doesn't quite have the grip it had in practice, so I went in a little hot and ran out of talents and crashed.
I saw you were making a good comeback. Any for round number 2?
I don't think there's much I can do to the bike or me. Just not make mistakes. A little more consistency. Don't try to push so hard.
All right. I'll let you do it. Good job.
I want to listen.
I am Supermoto.
I am Supermoto.
I am Supermoto.
2, wired is 2, 4 is headphones.
So it looks like we have our NAS ladies and also our NAS youth lining up. We see a couple of them staged back in the back there. I think that was just our faster riders from yesterday. We saw EJ. He had a little mishap in the dirt section and then came back with a big lead. So we'll see what plays here. And right there on the outside, that's little Weston Davis. He's only 8 years old, racing our NAS Futures class. It's really cool to see the little kid out here. He's riding a KTM SX E5 that they've got set up. Really cool to see the future of the sport right here in this class.
Yeah, these girls are making their way through the dirt section here.
Looks like our little buddy there, Weston, just made a pass on one of the ladies through the dirt section. He comes from a motocross background, so I don't think he's afraid to send it on those jumps and kind of get competitive with those bigger bikes in the dirt section. It looks like he's making it happen. Small wheels causing big problems for everybody else.
Here he is. He's making a pass to the lead right here.
Oh, yeah, Kenny, looks like he made his way around the 217 of Liz Penny. So that looks like we've got our little buddy Weston Davis out front leading this entire race right now in front of all of the ladies and also the older kids here in the Futures class. I was talking with his dad yesterday. Battery life is a little bit of a concern with this longer race. I think his bike with the heat yesterday got a little hot. So they're hoping the cooler temperature and maybe some sprinkles will help him out, help him conserve some battery, make it all the way to the checkered flag.
Yeah, and out of the last race, the vet class, his dad won that race, right?
Yeah, we've got a whole family of racers here.
Yeah.
Ryan Davis, and that's his son, Weston, making it happen. Looks like some speed runs in the family up there in Kansas. They've got they're farming the right stuff, I guess.
That's right, Traven.
And it looks like Weston's actually stretching away from him. I don't think it's just the dirt that he has an advantage. It looks like he's making it happen on the pavement as well.
Yeah, well, I'm excited to see how he does down this front straight, see if these guys start making bridging the gap on him.
I'm sure they will. I think he tops out probably around, 40 or 50 miles an hour. So I think they've got some speed on him down the front straight.
Right here, down the front straight.
We see EJ in second there. He's racing a 150R. So he's got quite a bit of power on our little buddy Weston, but that doesn't scare Weston away. He's still right there making it happen.
Yeah, it looks like he got passed for now, and we'll see how he does in the dirt section here.
Yeah, just like yesterday, Kenny, you'd never know. EJ could have another issue in the dirt section, and Weston could make the pass back, or hopefully EJ doesn't have any issues, and he just has a smooth race all the way to the checkered flag. Kind of like we predicted. It looks like our buddy Weston Davis has made did he make the pass again on EJ?
Well, he did. Man, he is a ripper.
I must have missed it. I'm not sure if something happened to EJ or if EJ kind of let up to let Weston have a little bit of a battle here, because he does have some age on Weston. So making sure that everybody has some competition and has fun out here. That's the number one thing.
Little Weston out front. Here he comes. He's being challenged again.
Yeah, we can see that 150's got a ton of power on that little SX e-bike.
Trust. There.
It looks like the 981 Amisha Dodge there making her way around the number 32 of Weston Davis.
as they make their way here into the dirt section. Let's see if Weston can make the ground back up and make the pass back on Amisha here in the dirt section. We know that he's been making it happen so far, but she's also looks like she's got the lines figured out and starting to kind of get warmed up and getting the roll going.
Yeah, these other riders are getting settled in a little bit. Weston looked like he was just comfortable right out of the drop.
And maybe that has to do with that young age. Those kids are always ready to go, whether it's playing, racing, whatever it is. They've got energy and they are ready to burn it.
Yep.
I know for myself, it's kind of a little bit of a strategy. You want to kind of give it what you can, show them what you got, but you don't want to burn all the energy in the first moto because there is a second moto and it's going to be just as long as the first one. And there we see our leader, the number 28, Eli Ingstrom, making his way around the back.
You can see them rain clouds out in the distance in the camera there. Hopefully we stay dry today.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of us here in the pits hoping that we stay dry, Kenny. I've heard people asking Jeff at Toxic Moto how many sets of rain tires he has, how much it is to get them mounted. Everybody's kind of in a holding pattern, but a little bit scrambled in the minds, not knowing what's going to happen. I know during our 250 Pro Moto, while I was out there, it was kind of on and off, lightly sprinkling. That always makes the condition a little bit tricky because you don't know where the track's wet, where the track's dry, where the traction is. So
that seems to be the toughest, right? Whenever you can't quite decide if you want a rain tire or just a slick.
For sure, and we can see in the background there the dark, ominous clouds across I-35. We're hoping they stay on their side of I-35 over there, and we get the little bit of just overcast that we have over here. But we see the number 28 making his way into the dirt section there, clearing both of those doubles, followed by the 981 Amisha Dodge, getting through just about as clean as the number 28 of EJ. It's pretty cool here at the North American Supermoto Shootout. So just to kind of run through where our racers on track are from. So the number 28, Eli Ingstrom, he's coming to us all the way from Baker City, Oregon. So we know that they made quite the trip to make it down here to Oklahoma. The number 32, Weston Davis, he's semi-local here, not too far. He's from Mulvane, Kansas. They've got a nice farm, some motocross tracks up there. So we've always referred to that family as the Farmers here in Oklahoma. And then in our women's class, it looks like the 981 Amisha Dodge, she's all the way out of Caldwell, Idaho. And then we also have the 217 of Liz Penny. She's coming from Lake Stevens, Washington. And we also have Megan Bernard, and she is all the way down here from Shefford, Quebec, Canada, Kenny. So we've got racers quite literally from all across North America out on track right now, battling to see who is the best here at the North American Supermoto Shootout.
And there's Liz Penny right there on the screen. And there's the race leader coming into turn one. About to hit the dirt section. Still looking good.
Followed by the leader of our NAS ladies class, making her way into the dirt section here. Something a little tricky. You can't really see from the camera angles, but there's a little bit of like a pothole going into that dirt section, Kenny. So you kind of have to almost swing out wide and square it up or cut inside of it. There's a couple different lines to get around that thing, but it does make it challenging for everybody getting into the dirt section.
Yeah, I think I heard some riders talking about that earlier today.
Getting word here, it looks like the 981 Amisha Dodge has set the fastest lap for the women's class this race. She ran that at a 156.568, so just a touch off of the qualifying times from yesterday, but we had a little bit more moisture in the dirt yesterday, and also the weather was a little bit warmer, so traction was probably at a little less of a premium out there on the pavement. It also looks like the number 28, Eli Ingstrom. He is running a 1:55.916 as his fastest time.
And we have the leader down right now.
Oh, could be an upset. It looks like he is down there in that keyhole. Kenny, you and I both know that corner can be plenty slick, kind of just catch you out when you really are least expecting it.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just mentioning earlier, I think during your race, how tricky that turn can be. And you can gain and lose a lot of time in that just one little turn there.
Looks like Eli is up and back on the bike, taking off there. So it looks like everything's all right. He doesn't have much of a lead on Weston now.
No, Weston reeled her back in pretty good.
We saw the same thing happen yesterday to Eli in the dirt section. He had a little bit harder time getting his bike started and getting back off, so Weston got back into the lead. But it doesn't look like we're going to have quite the exact repeat of that today. So it looks like the 981, she's got just a clear track ahead over there going into the dirt section. Just trying to be smooth, hit the right lines.
Yep, keep her on two wheels.
That's the key out here. I don't think you can win. I don't think you can win anything on your head, Kenny. I've seen you try, but it didn't work out.
There's only 3 laps to go. These guys have kind of spaced out, kind of settled in. We might just finish up this way. We'll see, unless we have another little bobble or a tip over.
Yeah, peeking out the tower windows here, it looks like the 750 Megan Bernard, she caught right up to the back of Liz Penny. It's been cool to watch these two race because they kind of almost have a little bit of a yo-yo effect going on. So we'll see Megan kind of reel Liz in on the pavement, and then Liz kind of stretches it back out in the dirt. So it's been a really cool battle to watch. These two just going at it. Making his way through the infield there, the 28, the leader of our NAS Futures class, Eli Ingstrom. Back through the keyhole. Doesn't look like he's going to have any troubles this time. Good and safe. There we see our leader making her way into the first turn.
Yeah, and that's the leader in the women's class, correct? We have 2 classes on the track at the moment. Futures, which is basically the kids' class, and then the women's class also. So we have 2 leaders on the track at the same time right now.
Right. Did you see that? Be going down.
We're on the white flag lap right now, and I just got word Eli Ingstrom just set the fastest lap at a 1:52.908.
Wow, so he
got fired up after he went down there.
Yeah, it looks like it. He knocked 3 seconds off of his lap time, so that's quite impressive. 3 seconds a lap, that can do a lot.
Look at that cloud in the background there, Traven.
Man, I know. It's going to make for some awesome pictures, and hopefully it stays away so it also makes for some awesome racing.
Yeah, it might get exciting.
Yeah, everybody will be in a rush to get their race over with, hoping to beat the rain.
Oklahoma weather.
You can see on screen, just went off screen there, but the green light down by turn 1, there's also a couple of them out here in the dirt section and kind of other places around the track. That's a really cool system from Track Systems North America, kind of helping all of us riders be alert, have heads up if there's a rider down or kind of something you should be aware of on course. So that's a really neat thing that they do here at the North American Supermoto Shootout. You can see it there in screen as we're watching our this number 750, Megan Bernard, making her way out of the dirt section back onto the asphalt here.
Yeah, that light system's really neat. It kind of helps with flaggers and not having to train flaggers. Sometimes it's hard to find a flagger that really knows how to do the job good. And this kind of allows it where you have one guy that can control the caution or a green flag in each corner, and it really kind of helps eliminate some of the issues that comes along with flaggers sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. Those lights are, I mean, for me personally, you don't notice them unless you need to, I feel like. And to me, it's a little better than having somebody kind of stepping out in the middle of the track, waving a flag in your face, because sometimes that can kind of distract you and be just as much of a hazard as whatever's in the racetrack.
Absolutely.
On screen here, we see the 981 Amisha Dodge making her way across the checkered flag. So that is going to be the winner of our NAS ladies class.
Here's a checkered flag there.
For our number 28, Eli Ingstrom. Looks like he has made it across in the first place of the NAS Futures class. We've got a couple riders still out there in the dirt section making their way around, so we're going to make sure that they get around, get the checkered flag just like everybody else, and then we'll have a word with both of our race winners.
Eli, NAS Futures. How you feeling?
Pretty good. Went down in a hairpin over there, but other than that, it was pretty good.
Yeah? You feeling good for second moto?
Yeah.
All right. Good job.
Thank you.
Amisha, NAS ladies. How do you feel?
Pretty good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Ready for Moto 2?
Absolutely.
All right. Any changes?
It's all pretty good.
All right. Thank you.
Sounds like both of our race winners there. Pretty happy with their performance. Eli, like he said, had that little tumble in the keyhole, we call it. But it looks like he's going to be just fine to carry on with the day.
Dry.
Right on.
The thunderstorms are cool, but unnerving a little bit, but it's a good day. It's still good.
All right, right on.
Thanks.
No problem. Weston Davis, how do you feel? Good? Ready to go back out there for Moto 2? Yeah? Any changes? Just go fast. All right, right on, buddy. Megan Bernard, third place, ladies, NAS ladies.
Yes.
How do you feel?
Very nice. A nice race. I'm learning the dirt, so that's fun.
All right, right on. Thank you.
The NAS Futures and the NAS Ladies class. So you can see the clouds there on screen. There's one of our cameramen, Jake. Shout out to Jake for being out there manning the camera, no matter the weather conditions. This year in the freezing rain, this year actually the temperature is not too bad. So yeah, hopefully they've got him staked down there so he doesn't blow away. You can kind of see all of our flags there in the screen, just kind of whipping in the wind. In a local here in Oklahoma, I know how this wind can be, and it can come out of nowhere. It can change directions. It can do anything.
Going like it needs to.
There we go. Looks like our cameras are back up right now. We see our riders making their way onto the grid. Fred's going to go ahead and get them lined up, get everybody in the right places, get their whole shot devices set. And then he's going to go ahead and send off this. Let's see, this is the NAS amateur class. So shout out to our own Johnny Bang out there in second place. Normally he's up here producing with us, but right now he's about to produce some results on the track. You know what I'm saying, Kenny?
Yeah. And we apologize for this this production. We are just a bunch of dirt bike racers, and we're doing our best here.
Total powers out and everything. Yeah.
All right, so we see Fred's got our racers staged up here. Everybody locked into the lights, and they're off. It looks like Johnny Bang with a good jump right there next to the 87 of David Geerton. Let's go ahead and give you the rundown of at least who all lined up in this class. So on the pole position, we had the 034 Adam Cooper. Number 2 position, we had the 292 Johnny Bang. Number 3, the 87 of David Geerton. Number 4 position, the 484 Donnie Torweed. Number 5, the 149. Number 6, 252. 7th, 953 Zach Samp. And in the 8th place position, we had the 00 of Todd Wiltz. All right, so making their way back onto the pavement, the 034 Adam Cooper out front, followed by, it looks like the 292 Johnny Bang, not letting him have this one easy. Making their way onto the front straight here. Adam Cooper followed by Johnny Bang. You can see those clouds have kind of made their way over the track. Makes for a really cool shot, but I'm sure if you're on the track, your nerves are really kind of paying attention to the clouds almost as much as the track, just to see.
Yeah, the one of the first things you notice when you're on the track racing when it's threatening to rain like this is little splinkers or sprinkles on your goggles is like the first thing I always would notice, and then from there on it's just you're just stressed out because you're afraid it's about to start pouring on you.
That was 100% me earlier, Kenny. I was going around the track and just kept having these little specks on my goggle lens there. And for some reason, it seemed like the single out of the dirt section, I got hit in the lip with a raindrop like 4 laps in a row. I don't know if that was just my mind playing tricks on me, freaking out about the rain, or if that was actually the case. But
Mother Nature giving you a little bit of hydration.
yeah, we'll take the cooler temperatures over the 100 degrees that we had yesterday here in Oklahoma. But we can see Johnny Bang's not letting Adam Cooper away easy with this one. Johnny's really mounting a charge and staying right there with him.
Yeah, and Johnny Bang is out of New Mexico, and he's part of the SMR magazine group, and he really does a lot of stuff behind the scenes that you don't get to see.
Yeah, Johnny's really blown my mind just the past couple days, honestly, watching what he can do with the soundboard, what he can do with kind of everything to bring this program to you guys. It's really impressive. He knows his stuff when it comes to all of this techie stuff that's way over my head.
Absolutely.
Just go through this, like where they're at, positions.
Yeah, finishing up the second lap here, we've got Adam Cooper in first place and Johnny Bang in second.
Looks like the number 87, David Geerton. He's one of our Quebec guys. He's running in third position, followed by 149, Christopher Lewis. Then it looks like the 484, the Donster, Donnie Torwey, the 252 of Chris Anderson, the 00 of Todd White, followed by the 953 of Zachary Samp.
Yeah, something must have happened to Samp earlier in the race that we didn't see.
Well, mind you, there's 2 Samps out there today, Kenny. We've got Ryan racing the pro class, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Zach is his brother.
That's my mistake.
Up down the dirt.
Peeking out the windows here, it looks like we do have a rider down in the berm, back in the dirt section. Looks like the commentator's curse strikes again. That was the 953 of Zach Samp going down in the dirt there, but it looks like he is up and rolling. Everything is A-OK. As we see our leader making his way down the front straight, it looks like he's starting to stretch just a little bit of a gap onto Johnny Bang, but still something. If he has a bobble or a small tip over or stalls it in the dirt section, Johnny Bang's right there to capitalize.
Yeah, keeping each other honest. If we get rain, what do you think it's going to do to the dirt section for later today, Moto 2s?
Oh, man, Kenny, it depends on how much. Looking over my right shoulder at the window, I see it's starting to sprinkle pretty big drops. The dirt section could use some moisture, but the main lines are also so kind of rolled in and packed in from all these tires and all the laps that we've made already that it might just start to get greasy in the dirt section, and then you're dragging that onto the pavement, and then it just kind of snowballs from there.
Yeah.
We know the left-hander right out of the dirt section, that thing, if you don't have your lines right, is slick to begin with. Then you add mud and rain into the mix. Ooh.
Been there. It's tough.
Hopefully, if it does rain, we just get some more light sprinkles, a little bit of moisture into the dirt section, nothing crazy. That way we get to run the dirt section all day. Making his way onto the front straight. 034 Adam Cooper. I believe his Instagram tag was Super Cooper Racing, if I'm not mistaken. Still followed by the 292 Johnny Bang. And then I believe behind them is still going to be the number 87 of David Gearton on the Kawasaki, coming all the way from Quebec, Canada. Shout out to David for making the trip all the way down here. Year 2, great to see him again. Looks like he's on a new bike this year, so I'm not sure how comfortable he is on that one compared to the last one he had. Just laying down a big smoke screen I see out the window here into the first turn, throwing us a little style. But again, shout out to David and the whole Supermoto Quebec crew for making the trip all the way down here to lovely Oklahoma, where we don't know what the weather's going to do. I'm hearing thunder now. We're in for it, though. Everybody's racing the same track. Everybody's dealing with the same conditions. It's just a matter of who can shut the brain off and turn the gas on, it sounds like, Kenny.
Yeah, luckily me and you were up here in the booth staying dry.
For now. I'll be back out there later, I think. It depends on how much rain we get. I don't know. These days, I seem to be more of a fair weather racer. I know the fair is in town in Oklahoma City, but this isn't quite the fair weather that I signed up for, if you know what I'm saying. There we see the 034 Adam Cooper making his way through the keyhole. Looks like he has a little bit more comfortable of a lead now. He stretched out a couple seconds on our own Johnny Bang there, making his way into the lap traffic.
Just hit the halfway point. I bet these guys are hoping and praying that they get off the track before it gets wet.
Man, that might be why they're putting on such a charge, is trying to beat the rainstorm. I know I would be. The wind is at least blowing kind of southeast now.
Yeah, they kind of got a tailwind coming down the main straight.
Looking to the northwest, I mean, it doesn't look promising, but it doesn't look as bad as it looked earlier. So hopefully all this stuff will kind of blow over and split right around us. That is one thing that Oklahoma Motorsports Complex, as weird as it is, they're kind of in a low spot here. So with all the weather patterns and everything, storms either absolutely hammer this place or they split and rain everywhere else. So hopefully today's the second option and we don't have to deal with an absolute downpour.
Weatherman Traven here, bringing you all the insight. And it looks like we will take a little bit of a weather break after this race is complete to see if we can get it to blow over to help these racers out to give them better conditions to race in.
They're not going to do wrong.
There on screen, we just saw the 252 Chris Anderson making his way by. Leader 034 Adam Cooper.
Yeah, it's hard to read. No, hard to read.
Looks like Adam Cooper's coming all the way out of Camarillo, California. Let's see if we can kind of run down this list here. Like Kenny was saying earlier, our second place rider, Johnny Bang, is coming to us out of the New Mexico area. He's one of the Supermoto Racer Magazine guys, and also one of the guys that's kind of in Butter's crew there coming out of New Mexico. The third position, 87, David Gearton. Like we said, he's coming to us from I'm probably going to butcher this because it's been a while since I spoke French, but Vercheres, Quebec, Canada. So apologies to butchering your town's name there, David. But shout out to you for making the trip all the way down here.
We're on the white flag lap now.
Yeah, there's the 252. Chris Anderson taking the white flag, followed by, I believe, the 149.
Yeah, and we shortened that race by 2 laps to try to help with this weather. It's looking a little gray for a few minutes. So hopefully try to get these guys off the track before it gets wet. They're on their slicks right now. They're not on their rain tires. So if it does start to rain, it could cause a pretty bad hazard for a lot of these riders because you really have to watch yourself on these slicks in the rain. It's like riding on ice.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that, Kenny. While I was out there on the track, just a few little sprinkles, nothing. The clouds didn't look like they do now or anything like that. But in my head, I was thinking of MotoGP and their flag-to-flag rule, having 2 bikes, one prepped with rain tires. I was wondering if anybody could get some rain tires prepped up for me. That way we could just make the switch real quick and get back out there if the bottom fell out. But we got lucky, just some sprinkles so far. So we're gonna hope that stays this way and everybody stays dry. I know you guys are probably sick of hearing about the weather, but this is playing a pretty big factor in this race, both mentally and physically on the track. Just the focus that it takes once it starts sprinkling or raining to make sure that you hit your marks and you aren't pushing too hard to where you're going to have sketchy moments and end up on the ground. So it's something that it takes a lot of focus just to make sure that you hit all your marks and do the right things.
Checkered flag.
But yeah, it looks like on screen here, we're going to see the number 034, Adam Cooper, popping a little wheelie there, taking the checkered flag in first place.
Johnny Bang should be coming around now.
Man, look at that flag work from Fred. That is impressive. Yeah. All right, so now that the checkered flag is out, all of these racers making their way around on the cooldown lap. I see over the back of the screen here that we do have a rider down in turn 2. So we're going to make sure that rider gets attended to. But here in just a moment, we're going to have some interviews with our top 3 from our NAS Open Amateur class. So bear with us.
One sec. Adam Cooper, all the way from California, got your Moto 1 win. How you feeling?
I feel awesome. It was a good battle with Bang over here. Love it. Perfect timing for the rain to start. And it was a hard one. He was pushing me in the dirt a little bit. It was fun. Feels good. Feels good.
Right on. Any changes for Moto 2?
I don't know. I don't have any rain tires, so hopefully it doesn't rain too much. But, yeah. I do have some experience riding with slicks in the rain, so we're good.
Right on.
All right.
Congratulations. Second place, Johnny Bang, SMR Magazine. How you feeling?
Oh, I'm all right. I stalled it in the dirt. Hit the button for a few seconds. He was faster than me. I think almost all the asphalt. I might have had a little bit of speed on the dirt. I don't think it was enough. Maybe I can get a start in the second moto, and if I can stay in front of him, I think I might be able to get it done.
Right on. Good job, dude.
All right, thanks.
Looks like maybe they're looking for something on the track.
Yeah, Jay, I think we had a rider go down in turn 2, so a couple competitors there just stopping to check on him, make sure that everything's going to be all right. We do have a medic out there tending to him right now, but here's a word with the number 87, David Geerton, out of quote.
Third place, David Guertin, all the way from Quebec.
Yeah.
How you feeling?
Pretty good, man. It was scary the last lap with the rain, but the dirt is good, the asphalt is good, the layout is good, man, for real. It was a nice race, man. The two guys in front of me are really fast, man. Great job, guys.
Right on. Any changes for Moto 2?
Maybe rain tire if it's gonna stay like that, but I don't. I'm gonna stay close as my setting right now.
Right on. Congratulations.
Thank you, man.
Right, and there was a word with our podium finishers. The number 034, Adam Cooper, followed by 929, Johnny Bang. And rounding out the podium there was the number 87 of David Gearton coming to us from Quebec. All right, just a word for any of our fans that were a little concerned there. It looks like our rider that was down on track is up and making his way off of the track, so that is great news. Hopefully everything's all right there. Sending our best wishes out to him, making his way back to the pits.
Classic Moto Racing. We're here at Oklahoma Motorsports Complex with the North American Supermoto Shootout. We're here doing trackside support with a whole bunch of tires and parts. And if you're here racing Metzler tires, they've got contingency, and we've got a whole supply of them. So come get what you need. We're here for you, racers, and come watch some racing too if you're not racing.
I am Supermoto.
I am Supermoto.
I am Supermoto.
Hey, Jeff here with Toxic Moto Racing. We're here at Oklahoma Motorsports Complex with the North American Supermoto Shootout. We're here doing trackside support with a whole bunch of tires and parts. And if you're here racing Metzler tires, they've got contingency, and we've got a whole supply of them. So come get what you need. We're here for you, racers, and come watch some racing too if you're not racing. Hey, Jeff here with Toxic Moto Racing. We're here at Oklahoma Motorsports Complex with the North American Supermoto Shootout. We're here doing trackside support with a whole bunch of tires and parts. And if you're here racing Metzler tires, they've got contingency, and we've got a whole supply of them. So come get what you need. We're here for you, racers, and come watch some racing too if you're not racing.
I am Supermoto.
I am Supermoto.
I am Supermoto.
Hey, Jeff here with Toxic Moto Racing. We're here at Oklahoma Motorsports Complex with the North American Supermoto Shootout. We're here doing trackside support with a whole bunch of tires and parts. And if you're here racing Metzler tires, they've got contingency, and we've got a whole supply of them. So come get what you need. We're here for you, racers, and come watch some racing too if you're not racing.
Good afternoon, racing fans. As you can see, we're under a bit of a rain delay, severe weather. If you're still tuned in, waiting for the action to start, we're waiting for the weather to die down just a little bit, allowing the riders to switch to rain tires. It's going to be a full wet race or wet program for the rest of the day. We might get lucky. Sunshine might be rolling in later in the day, so the last couple of groups might fare well in that. But if you're still tuned in, we're waiting for like I said, the weather to die down a little bit. We'll get the cameras back online. Yeah, thanks for watching 2024 North American Supermoto Shootout.
help me out real quick. Let's raise this thing up. Here, I got the camera. Okay. That's fucked up. So yeah. Like, well, are you gonna go that way? Yeah, I'm gonna go from about, look right here. We'll do the front, we'll do the takeoff, and then you'll go from there, and then I'll about where she's standing, I'll kind of come in. You take all that. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna put it right over there, there.
Giving them a couple siding laps.
And welcome back to the 2024 edition of the North American Supermoto Shootout. We do apologize about that rain delay, but it looks like the rain has passed for now. So we're going to go ahead and get back to racing while the opportunity is here. So first race out on track, this is going to be our Open Pro Moto number 1. These guys didn't get a chance to race before the rain came. Unfortunately, with the rain, our dirt section has turned into a mud section. So similar to last year, these will be abbreviated laps. We will be running asphalt only for all the classes. But right now, like I said, we've got our Open Pro Moto number 1 getting gridded up and about ready to take off. And they're off. It looks like a big jump from the normally 929 Charlie Buffum. We are going to have a little bit of discrepancy with numbers here because a couple of these guys are riding different bikes, riding a buddy's bike, finding somebody with rain tires, just kind of anything they can do to get out on the grid. So we are here for it. Looks like the 109 of Sean Butterman has made the early move into the lead. And it'll be real interesting to watch these guys these first couple laps, Kenny, because the track conditions are way different than everything we've had all weekend. It's going to be slick. It'll be interesting.
Yeah, and we cut out the dirt section for this round, and they'll be only running asphalt.
It'll be interesting to see kind of how the lap times stack up. Seeing all of our people that normally just run Supermoto, kind of we can compare those to the asphalt-only class and kind of see where everybody would stack up. See the 109, Sean Butterman making his way onto the front straight here. It looks like he is followed by the 929 Charlie Buffum. Then behind Buffum, it looks like is Donnie Torwey, followed by Ryan Samp. Kenny, what are you seeing from these guys? Do you see anybody doing anything crazy? Anything notable you seeing?
No, not really. I mean, it's just kind of shaping up like we kind of expected. The track is kind of drying out. It's still wet, probably slick, but with no more rain coming down, it might dry out where these rain tires get a little hot. So it might get interesting towards the end of the moto here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, especially once a couple motos go by, kind of how the track develops, if we end up seeing a dry line or anything. Coming down the front straightaway here, we see a couple different battles going on. It's always nice to see, even as the class breaks apart, there's still battles within the race. It looks like a couple of them that are going on right now. The 151, JC Bernier just made his way past the 324 of Ryan Samp. I believe Sampy's actually riding his 250 in the open class just because of rain tire availability. So I believe it's the number 953 on the bike right now. But as we see Sean Butterman here making his way through the bank turn.
Yeah, and I think the strategy with some of these guys is they can race at 250 in the open pro class and the 250 class, obviously. So they only had one set of rain tires, and so they wouldn't lose any time between races. They wouldn't have enough time to switch back to rains on their 450s for the open class. I think some of these guys are choosing just to race a 250 in both classes. So like here you see Sean Butterman is kind of out motoring Charlie, unfortunately. It's Donnie's first year of pro.
Yeah, and we just got word this is actually the Donster, Donnie Torwey's first year racing pro. So he's actually doing really well right now, running third place. Looks like he's out in front of Samp, and also I can't quite tell, is that the 262? Here you can see Charlie Buffum making his way through. The really cool thing about Supermoto, it's really a family type environment. I heard through the pits as everybody's changing, scrambling for rain tires. Jeff at Toxic Moto, he was changing tires like crazy. But I actually heard that Charlie Buffum in second place, he gave an extra set of rain tires that he had to the 324 of Ryan Samp just so that there would be another competitor out there on the grid. So that's a really cool thing about Supermoto is it's kind of what's mine is yours, and everybody's here to help and lend a helping hand.
Just a moment ago, you could see Sean Butterman intentionally going through a water puddle. Why do you think he did that?
Well, whenever the track, I don't see a dry line around the track yet, but as these rain tires pull the moisture off of the track, the tires heat up. And being rain tires, they are designed and engineered to run at a cooler temperature because they're generally wet. So kind of you got to find the puddles like Butters was doing there to try and keep the tires cool and keep from overheating the tires to where it ends up you just cook the tires and you're spinning. And
yeah, I mean, it can be worse than out there with the slick in the rain whenever you overheat your tires on dry pavement. You overheat rain tires on dry pavement.
There we see the 151 JC Bernier. Shout out to you, JC, for helping me change my bike over to rain tires during that break. JC was racing a Stark earlier in the day, but he's actually switched over to his Honda 450. I think it's just a little bit of comfortability and experience with the bike in the rain. I'm not too sure how that Stark would do. That might be a wild ride coming out of some of these turns, trying to lay 80 horsepower to the ground. So there we see the battle still going on between Donnie Torwey and Ryan Samp. And there's another rider on a KTM not too far off the back of this group. So if they end up making a bunch of passes back and forth on each other, Kenny, that could give this KTM a chance to reel right up on the back of them and maybe get a twofer.
Yeah, that's a good point. These guys, they will start to run different lines trying to protect the inside line, riding tight, and that can slow the two down and give an opportunity to the guy behind him to catch him.
There's our leader, Sean Butterman, out front. Got a pretty comfortable lead right now. Has most of the infield section on the second place, Charlie Buffum. So Butters looks like he's out having fun. I think Butters kind of enjoys riding in the rain from what I've heard. So he's probably out there with a smile on his face.
And that was the halfway point right there for Sean Butterman coming across the line.
And you see, going into turn one, Kenny, I don't really see a big slide or anything out of any of these guys. Why is that?
I think they're really trying to keep themselves from sliding too much in hopes of not high siding or low siding into that turn because of the slick conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. This track, there's a couple different types of pavement throughout this track, and there's different traction on the two different types of pavement. And then the patches that are around are a whole nother kind of wrench in your plans, if you will. So I'm sure these guys have kind of figured their lines out by now, gotten pretty comfortable since we are at halfway.
They're really keeping the pace up, honestly. I would like to compare lap times from earlier till now. I guess we can't do that with them not running in the dirt section.
Yeah, we would have to compare them against like our asphalt-only class and kind of see what those times were. And on screen here, this battle looks like it is really heating up.
Yeah, it's a three-way battle right now with these guys. We might see a pass shaping up coming into turn one shortly.
Oh, and it looks like, Kenny, you were right on the money there. It looks like the KTM has made its way past Ryan Samp on the Yamaha.
Looks like he's going to dig deep and try to put some more work in.
On screen here, 929 Charlie Buffum, also just looking smooth. Looks like he has his lines figured out, knows where he wants to go. We can see the puddle there in the keyhole has really kind of dissipated and gone away. That's one of the key puddles in this track to kind of, like we were talking earlier, keep your tires cool. So as that dissipates, it'll be interesting to see where guys can find another spot to splash and cool those tires down.
Yeah, and this is about the time you're going to see bikes start acting funny if they're going to. If these tires start getting hot, this will be about the time that you start seeing it. So keep an eye on some of these guys. They might start getting a little squirrely coming out of turns. They might just start slowing the pace down.
You can see Charlie hit a huge puddle there. Looks like he almost hydroplaned, blew his feet off. But like we were saying, it's time to start cooling those tires back down as much as you can because they're just getting hotter and hotter and hotter. Similar to our battle for third place here, it looks like it's going to be a race probably all the way down to the white or checkered flag. You see him just kind of cutting through the screen there as we have eyes on Charlie Buffum.
There's that three-way battle right there.
And Kenny, we've been talking about lap time, so it looks like the fastest time in the asphalt-only race earlier was a 54.5. Right now, the fastest lap on track is a 57.652, so only 3 seconds off in the rain. That is really impressive.
And it looks like Sean Butterman is just way out in the lead right now. And then Charlie Buffum is just here in no man's land running second place with a pretty good cushion.
Yeah, hopefully Charlie's kind of marking this battle behind him on the track and seeing where they're at, because it looks like they're really closing the gap up on him.
Yeah, those three guys, he's got something to race for right now.
And I believe that KTM in the number, let's see, that's going to be the number 4 position right now. I think that's Gage Honor, and it looks like earlier he was the fastest in our asphalt class. And right now Gage is running a 59.052, so he is about 4.5 seconds off of his pace from earlier in the asphalt-only moto. You can see Charlie Buffum making his way one-footed, as always. He's either one hand or one foot down the straightaway every lap, but it looks like the 262 Gage Honor has made the pass on Donnie Torwey, and Ryan Samp still right there just waiting for both of them to make a bobble so he can try and attack.
We had a position change for third place.
Yeah, Gage Honor made his way around Donnie Torwey, and it really looks like he's trying to go for second place. He is working on trying to get Charlie Buffum.
They've got about 2.5 laps to go. See if he can make some work. Charlie might be slowing down. His tires might be getting a little hot on him.
On screen looks like the number 88 Jake Randell, followed by Coy Baker. And then we see Charlie Buffum making his way down into the first turn. And right there's Gage Honor. He is really mounting a charge, trying to catch up to Charlie Buffum. Starting to pull away from the two that he just got around. And
white flag will be coming out next go around.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I think Charlie's probably got a comfortable enough lead that unless something bad happens, I think he's going to be able to hold Gage off. But it will be interesting to see what kind of lap times Gage is turning in now that he's got out of traffic. And
yeah, well, Charlie's running into some lappers right about now, so maybe that'll slow him down.
Yeah, you can see on screen here, it looks like he has caught up to that battle between Jake Randell and Coy Baker. So hopefully those guys will kind of let the leaders by and then presume right back into their battle. We can see Fred there with the white flag. It looks like Charlie Buffum did make his way around both of those back markers pretty easily. Yeah, and we just saw a glimpse of Butters there through the screen. So he has this whole infield stretched out on second place, Charlie Buffum now. There's Charlie Buffum in second place, and you can see Gage Honor making his way through the back markers there. Still not too far off of the number 929 Charlie Buffum in second place.
Here comes Charlie Buffum across the line in second place.
Yeah, no wheelie from Charlie this time. I wonder if he saw the guy coming from behind.
Yeah, I didn't want to risk it, huh?
Oh, we saw Samp making a big pull, trying to get a wheelie there. Little 250 just didn't quite have enough to get the front wheel up high enough.
All right, we'll be hearing from the race winners here pretty soon. We'll be throwing it down to Jay.
Yeah, as our riders make their way around the cool-off lap, depending on how many puddles they hit, it might be a warm-up lap. They might be a little cold out there, being wet and going fast. But it will be nice to hear what Sean Butterman thought, what Charlie Buffum thought, kind of how the track's shaping up now that we've had a couple hours of just steady rain. Here's a word from our winner.
Moto 1 winner Sean Butterman. How was it?
Dude, it's so fun riding in the rain. It makes riding asphalt only feel fun. So It was a little bit nerve-wracking going out. I ran the same reins I ran last year, so I wasn't sure how they're going to feel, but it's a little squirrely, but honestly, you can push kind of hard in this stuff. It's just wild. So a little bit of tire preservation there. Make sure we got enough rubber to get us through the second moto.
Right on. Good job.
Thanks, Jay.
Great to hear from Butters there. Sounds like, just like we kind of thought, the track's a little bit tricky. There is traction out there. The guys can push, but it's just a matter of preserving those tires and trying to make sure that they last all the way to the checkered flag. There's probably quite a few guys here that raced last year and this year doing the same thing as Sean Butterman, using the same rain tires that they bought here at this event last year. So it's very cool to see that, you don't ever want to throw your tires away, Kenny. You want to be sure to keep them. You never know when you're going to show up to a national event and just get rained on, especially in Oklahoma.
Yeah, that's right, Traven. The weather is really unpredictable around here. Last year, it was a bit rough, and this year, not quite as bad, but still got some rain.
Yeah, I think we can thank the Oklahoma State Fair for that. They always seem to bring rain to town, and they're in town, so I guess we'll just go ahead and put the blame on the Oklahoma State Fair for all this rain. We're going to have fun. We're going to race our bikes. It looks like the track's going to shape up and be pretty good, so it'll be interesting to see what this afternoon holds.
That's that fair weather.
Yeah, that's a different fair weather than I signed up for. Whenever I signed my entry form, I thought that we were going to have good weather, so I was going racing, but here we are. I'm ready for whatever it throws at us. All right, so on screen here, we can see this is going to be our NAS Amateur Moto 2. So this is going to be the beginning of our second motos. Looks like on pole position, we have the number 034. Second position, we have the 292 Johnny Bang, followed by the 87. The 2:52.00, and then 9:53. Looks like these guys are all staged up, whole shot devices latched down, ready to go. And they're off. Looks like a great jump from the number 87, David Geerton. Looks like he might pull that whole shot from the outside. Yeah, looks like he's going to lead him into the first turn, followed by Johnny Bang. Whoa, a big moment for Johnny Bang there in the first turn. Great save. Way to go, Johnny. Hopefully you get some heat in those tires and they last all the way to the checkered flag. And that's going to be the interesting thing with this race is you don't want to grab a handful of front brake into the first turn to unlatch the whole shot device. You don't want to grab a handful of brake into the second turn to unlatch the whole shot device. So how are we going to do this, Kenny? How are they going to get them unlatched? It looked like Johnny's bike was maybe locked down for the first half of that lap, and I'm sure that's a very scary feeling in these conditions.
Yeah, it has to be very unsettling. Almost worth not even using it.
And there we see the 292, Johnny Bang making his way around, followed by the 034. I believe that's Adam Cooper. And there goes our leader, number 87, David Geerton. Being out of Quebec,
Out on that one, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, he did have a big slide there into turn one. I'm curious, being from Quebec, if maybe he has some ice riding experience, or maybe they just ride in the rain more up there. I'm not too familiar with how the weather is. But David Geerton looks extremely comfortable out front on the number 87 Kawasaki. We can see him on screen there, making his way into the keyhole as he makes his way around. There's the 292, our very own Supermoto racer, Johnny Bang. Kenny, I'm interested to see some of these lap times, see if maybe by chance the leaders of this class, how they would have stacked up in our Open Pro class, because the number 87, David Geerton, looks pretty comfortable right now.
Yeah, he really does. Yeah, and some of these guys might be a little timid too. I'm not sure if everyone got switched to reins or not. So that's got to be definitely a mental game there for some people.
Oh, I'm sure if you're not on reins right now, you are very scared riding on that track. This place is pretty slick whenever it gets wet. It takes a while for the rubber to kind of lay back down and the traction to come around. You can see there making his way out of the last turn. I believe that was the 00, but you see him just spinning up the rear tire. And that is the 953, so that's Ryan Samp's brother. That bike was just on track in our Open Pro Moto, came off the track. I don't even know if it got filled up with gas, and it's right back out there for the amateur moto as well.
Yeah, I think we can expect to see that bike in a couple more races this afternoon too.
Yeah, they're just going to pass that one around the whole New Mexico pit, are they?
Apparently there was one set of rain tires and 5 riders.
That sounds like my program, to be honest, Kenny. I brought a set of rain tires. I checked the date codes when I loaded them in the back of my truck this morning, and they were 9 years old from back when I used to race the AMA Supermoto series. So huge shout out to Steve Ingram. He actually gave me his rain tires. He said if it's raining, he's going to go ahead and start breaking down his canopy and packing up. So he was nice enough to donate those rain tires to my program. So we're going to do what we can with them in the 250 class. But here we see the number 252 of Chris. Oh, sorry, we just had a rider down off camera here, but it looks like he is all right. He's back on the bike, making his way. Whoa, throwing a big old water and mud roost, but he is making his way back onto the track. So it looks like that was, I believe that was the 034 that just had that get off there. You can see him in the background there, getting back onto the track, rolling around. Hopefully everything's all right with him and his bike.
Yeah, he's lucky not to drown the bike in some of these ponds that we have in the middle of the track here in the infield.
Yeah, he made a big splash, that's for sure. All right, and there's our leader making his way through the second turn, number 87, David Geerton. Again, just looking super comfortable and smooth.
He's looking solid.
We can see David Geerton there making his way around the number 252. That's just going to be a back marker there. So it looks like still smooth sailing out front for the number 87, David Geerton. Kenny, I don't want to sound like a broken record sitting here and repeating myself from earlier, but man, these clouds are looking ominous. The pictures are going to be great. The videos are going to be great. But being on track's got to be stressful right now.
100%.
There's the number 953 Yamaha making his way under the start-finish line. And then back on screen, the number 87, your leader. Got a pretty comfortable lead right now. It looks like he has not quite the whole infield section there, but he has that long sweeping right-hander, that whole thing of a lead on Johnny Bang. But Johnny's out there still doing what he can to make it happen. Looks like he's maybe fighting the bike just a touch. I'd imagine that that's condition-based more so than Johnny or his bike. Johnny was another one of those guys that was in the New Mexico pit scrambling around for rain tires. So I think he's actually running the front rain tire that I brought that I was telling you is almost 10 years old. So I'm sure the front traction is at a premium for Johnny out there. But man, he's making it work in second place right now. It's quite impressive. We can see him trying to make his way around the 00 there, just hoping everything's nice and smooth, not trying to put up too big of a fight. Looks like everything's good to go. Kenny, it's pretty cool to me looking out on the track right now, kind of thinking in my head where all these riders are from, and I think we've got pretty much the whole country covered, and then our leader, number 87, he's from Quebec. So that's really cool to see, kind of everybody coming from around the country to come here to Oklahoma to the North American Supermoto Shootout and kind of see who's got the best riders in the country.
Absolutely. I can't believe we're getting riders from that far away to come down and compete in this.
Yeah, so like we said, our leader, David Geerton, he's coming to us out of Quebec, Canada. Johnny Bang, he's going to be out of the New Mexico region. Let's see, I know Adam Cooper's out there. He's coming to us from California. Then I think the 252, I believe he's coming to us from Cascadia Supermoto, which is up in kind of the Pacific Northwest area. I'm not exactly sure if he's out of Oregon or Washington. I think it's Washington, if I'm not mistaken. So again, really cool to see people coming from all over the country. We've got California, we've got Washington, we've got New Mexico, we've got Quebec, Canada. So a great representation of all of North America on track right now.
And all these guys have kind of settled in, it looks like. There's 3 laps to go, and everyone's kind of in their own spot, just kind of making the rounds at this point.
Yeah, I just saw out the window here, Johnny Bang looked like he was, I'm not sure if he's wiping something off of his mouth or something, but he just had a handoff through one of the corners. Like you said, everybody's kind of settled in. I feel like the only person on track that's really pushing and giving big effort is the number 87 there, David Geerton, and man, he is making it happen. Yeah, Kenny, in the distance, I can hear thunder. You know what that means. The rain is on its way.
Yeah, hopefully we can get this finished up before we get any more rain coming down.
On screen there is your leader, still just looking comfortable and smooth as ever. And I apologize about us not having an actual race running order along the bottom of the screen right now. Our producer, if you will, Johnny Bang, is on the track, and that's a little above my head. I'm not too sure how to get all the the stuff on the screen there, so we do apologize for the running order not being live. But we do see the race still chipping away. David Geerton out front, looking smooth. It looks like the white flag is out. So as long as he can make it around this lap smooth and clean, then he's going to go ahead and take home the checkered flag. Making his way through the keyhole there. That corner can be slick. It looks like no splash, no puddle really down there as David Geerton made his way around. So like we were talking earlier, Kenny, keeping these rain tires cool might become more of a challenge than we were thinking.
Yeah, especially for your race coming up soon.
Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking, do I want to take the tire warmers off? Do I want to put them on later? Like
slicks back on?
I don't know about slicks. That might be a little too brave for me. I'll be sure to find every puddle out there that I can. Makes me feel like a kid splashing in the puddles again.
I think the checkered flag's out and our flagger's having a bit of difficulty with it.
Yeah, the wind's picked up on us again. So it looks like he is struggling to wave that checkered flag. We know Fred has talent when it comes to waving those flags. So if he's not able to wave the flag, man, I don't know who could. Yeah, and the storm kind of rolling in. We saw a little bit of lightning off in the distance there. We're just going to make a check and make sure that we're going to be good. And I see it looks like the number 953, the SAMP machine, is getting pushed off. So I'm thinking that one did not get filled up with gas between the motos, Kenny. All right, and in just a moment, as the leaders make their way around here on their cool-down lap, then we're going to have a word with them. Our man Jay down there is going to see their thoughts and how they feel after that. And here's a word with your race leader, the number 87, David Geerton.
David Guertin, all the way from Canada. Weather is terrible. How do you feel right now after winning Moto2?
Pretty good with my rain tire. It was a pretty good decision to put it on, man. It was a wet race.
Right on.
Yeah, man.
Congratulations.
Thank you, man.
Johnny Bang, how'd you do out there?
Oh, on the first turn, I was losing the rear end, so I had to back it off and see what I could do, but second place is all right.
Right on.
2-2 today.
Congratulations.
All righty, thank you.
Yeah, great job by all of our racers out there. Great job by all of our racers out there braving these conditions. It looks like the rain is starting to come again. Kenny, I'm glad I put my rain tires on. It looks like it was the right call, just like David Geerton said out there. Great job by him. Rain tires were the right decision. Hopefully this storm blows over real quick and we can be right back to racing, but bear with us. We do have rain falling right now. There has been lightning pretty close. I see flags getting blown off. So we're gonna buckle down and try to stay safe here. So we'll be back with you guys hopefully shortly. We've got big lightning here pretty close to us. I'm not sure that you guys can see it on screen there. I think our video feed is gone. But the number 953, Zach Samp, off of his bike that ran out of gas, he pushed it across the finish line in the pouring rain and all of this wind, just so he can say that he finished the North American Supermoto Shootout. So shout out to you, Zach Samp. You're what Supermoto is all about.